Alright. Gonna pick up where I left off the other day. I'm gonna finish this thing up, which this has been plugged in for 3 days. That's not great. I'm gonna finish this mold and yeah, move on from there. Alright. So I gotta cut a piece of board for this side here. So I just got a bunch of scrap left over I'm gonna use. Gotta trim off this a little bit of stuff here to try to even this out. There's my knife at. Alright. Lop this thing off. Alright, let's see, so how big is this thing? Where's my pencil? Okay. I'm not gonna really measure too much today. Just need like the rough size and the height. Do like, I don't know, 8. No, that's the wrong size. Sorry. Of course it's backwards. Yeah, because it's still 8. So I go up 8. I don't know. I don't think this thing is square. Let me take a quick check here. Nope. That's not bad, but this is not square. So how wide is it at the top here? Looks like it's 8.1 to 7.2 or 7.8. This is at 7.8. Yeah. So I'm going to go up 8 and then over 8.1. That should give us like roughly where we want to be. Okay. So I go up 8. It's like roughly 8 there. So then, what is it, 8.1? So then it's like here. So I can angle this to get something a bit more precise. It'd be nice if these things were square, but not always, doesn't always work out. I left my glue gun plugged in for 2 days, which isn't great. I realized it like late last night when I was in bed. Whoops. It's not dangerous at all. Alright, that's a pretty good fit there. I'm gonna glue some dots onto this thing, so I've got the outside keys. I want them to be, I guess, like lower than that. So that's just gonna be a bunch of dots. These just help the mold halves align when you put them together later. Alright, I'll give those a few, maybe like a minute to cool down. That one could be a little bit bigger. Okay. So then I'll have to do the math calculation to figure out how much I'm going to need of silicone. So it always starts with a diagram. Okay, and then the open end's always the front. So I know if it's like 7.8 across the bottom. Yeah. So 7.8 here. It's probably about the same across the back. Yeah. So it's 7.8 on both front and back. Actually I gotta glue this in before I know how wide it's gonna be. I can do like a depth. I don't really want it to go much higher than like the midpoint of this blue block. So we'll just say 5.5 is the height. It's the height. And these are probably dry enough, cool enough. So I'll set this in. More space toward the bottom than I really want, but it'll just have to be fine. First I just want to get this like stuck in place, and then I'll go seal it. Make sure that's sealed across the bottom. Come up the side here. Hey, Captain. I added those, the BTTV, and I don't know what's going on. I have the plugins, the extensions installed in Brave. I have them active in Twitch. I don't know what to do. It should not be this difficult. Let me I'm gonna type something in the chat and see if it works. Huh. Okay, so I'm looking on my it works on my browser, but it doesn't show up on my iPad here. So I have the browser open on my left, and I just did it there and it worked. So because it says on my computer it shows your first message. It has the dog icon. I just don't see it on my iPad, so I don't know if that was like an issue, but it looks like it works in the browser. I have the thanks. I appreciate that. Do a little quick math here. 3.3, 3.4. So we'll just do 3.4. I'm gonna make a mold of this. So I'm just gonna figure out the silicone I gotta pour in. This is gonna be 3.4. So I'm just doing a little bit of math right now. Trying to figure out like the total amount of space I need, and then I have to like figure out how much space this part takes up, and then I'll subtract that off. 1.8. Sure thing, man. I will be here. Alright, so this is 1.8. It should be the same. It should be... It's actually 8. So it'll be 8 on both sides, and then... Let's see, it was 1.8, and then it's how tall? It's like... 3 tall. Okay. So let's do a little bit of math real quick. So to get the total volume, it's going to be 7.8 times 5.5 times 3.4. 145. 86. So round that up to 146. And I gotta figure out the volume for this thing. So it's 8 times 1.8 times 3. Oops, don't hit clear. Times 3 times 1.8. Oh my god. 8 times 3 times 1.8 equals 43.2. So 44. Actually, we'll round this down. So to 42. This one up. So I'll round this up to 150. Easier division. And then this will be 42. Well, actually no. So 142, or 6 minus 42 is 104, right? So we'll round this up to 110. And then half of 110 is, what, 55? A and B. Okay, so then I will need 55 mLs of both A and B. I start off chilly and then I get super warm. Always feels weird. Oops, this is not backwards. Okay, let's see. So I will put those away. Put this away. Put this away. Put these. Okay, so what am I using? I'm gonna use I guess I'm gonna use 20T again, because this looks pretty simple. It shouldn't need like too much. And if I pressurize it, it's probably gonna be fine. Guess it could pull a little bit inside, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, so I'll pressurize it. So we got these guys. I'm gonna try the dye thing that Bone Splinter's recommended, since he like works with this stuff too, and he puts dye in it to tell when it's mixed. So I'm gonna give that a try and see how that works out. Let's see. These are both getting kind of low. I think I have another box of them, or another set, pack, whatever. I'm gonna find my. There it is. I'm gonna stir. Let's see. Just get this mixed up pretty fast, and then we get to pouring. So I really want to work on some sculpt stuff today, so I want to just kind of get this out of the way as quick as possible, so I can move on to that. And then once this is done, I can make the other half, and maybe we can get a test cast in today, which should be cool. I would really like to get a whole set of molds done, so I can get start making like a run that I could put in the store for the Christmas, for some cool things people could buy for themselves. So I'm like to the point where I would rather just buy gifts for myself and give people money or whatever. Like, I've always been bad at buying gifts. I just feel like I buy the wrong thing. Supposed to make a Christmas card this weekend, my partner and I, something kind of goofy. So we're probably gonna do like a family portrait. Well, we'll try to do something like that with the cats in front of the fireplace. I'm sure it's gonna go over about as well as it sounds. I'm sure they'll all want to cooperate. I'll probably have to actually like Photoshop it together. I don't think I'll be able to get them all to sit still that long. Fortunately, that's a skill that I have. Put away some of this stuff to make a little bit of space here. Trying to keep my space organized is like an ongoing battle. have like this one desk space, so things tend to pile up on it pretty fast. And I like clean spaces, like flat surfaces with nothing on them. I find it calming. So when my workspace is cluttered, it always like bothers me. Gotta check my supply levels. I might have to make a run to Reynolds tomorrow and get some more resin and silicone. Well, definitely silicone. I feel like I'm running kind of low. I gotta take a peep at under my desk at the supplies and see what I got. Let's see. Alright, I think I can mix it in this one. That's probably big enough. But I say 55, which that's not a lot, so it'll be pretty easy to mix that up. Just clear off my marks from the other day. $55, so 40, 55 is in there somewhere. 40, 55. It's like right in there. Trying to like meet that mark by like just pouring it like by looking at the side is probably going to be too difficult. So that little mark helps a lot. I'll have to get out some scrap stuff just in case I like need to add a bit more volume. I can like displace it real quick. Okay. It's a little annoying to have to clean this in between, but it's just how it goes. It's a little higher than I wanted it to be, but that's fine. Now, this part is what I'll add the dye to. Doing the high pour as usual to try to minimize the amount of air that gets trapped in it. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to use a different mixer for this. So I'm just going to use a drop of this orange dye, which should make this pretty dark. It's weird how it, like, static electricity pulls it up the side. This dye will, like, stain anything it touches. It's very strong. And definitely gotta thank Bone Splinters for the suggestion here. I could probably put like a different color dye into the other one, but I think I'm probably go with just the one. Okay. It's definitely a little weird because I've never dyed the silicone before. But I had the idea like last week, and then Bone Splinters happened to be on, and he does like some silicone molding as well, and said that he dyes his and that it makes a big difference with like knowing how thoroughly it's mixed and whatnot. So it was like kind of what I needed to hear to give it a go. Okay. So this I can just leave off to the side because I'm going to use that again. So we'll just scrape this guy out because he's already messy. So I introduced some air when I was mixing that, so I'm going to try to stretch it out to pull some of it out. There's like dye you can get just for silicone, and this is not it. But he had said that he's used this stuff enough, not had any issues with it, so in such a small amount it shouldn't impact the like cure process at all. Now it's Captain's favorite part where I scrape the scraper. It's the only way to clean out the whole thing. Or I guess I could use another scraper, but I'm still going to inevitably do this, so there's really no way around it. Yeah, you hear me calling you out? It's just a necessary step, even if it is a little annoying. I mean, I find it annoying, but it's just like a thing I have to do. Alright. Clean these off, and then pour the other half. I actually got to prime the air compressor, so I got to do that in a second here. get this thing ready for putting these parts on. So this is good. That's all cleaned up mostly. Let's see, now I gotta mix these together. Let's see, gonna mix these and then pour them in here real quick and then put them in the air compression tank and hope for the best. I mean, it should be fine. It's just always makes me a little nervous. Yeah? What's it look like? Like what's your what's the theme you're going with on your overlay, Cap? As you can see, I don't have an overlay. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet. I guess you could call what I have an overlay. I don't know. Nice. Yeah, the art for that's pretty cool so far from what I've seen. Alright, now this stuff sets up pretty fast, so I gotta work kind of quick here. Only got, I think, 5 minutes. Oh yeah, this does actually help. And like, the very dark orange stuff is like the unmixed, and then the lighter stuff is like what's mixed. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't tried to do any kind of like animated stuff yet. I've just got like so many different little dumb things I'm doing when I'm not like on stream that I end up like punting some of the graphics work. I've been wanting to do like a hold thing, like something I can put up when I'm like about to start streaming, but I haven't like, you know, I'm still setting up or whatever, so I can just switch scenes to when I want to like go live, and I just like haven't made time to do it. Alright, that's probably okay. Alright, so I gotta pour this into the lowest point and kind of let it rise on its own. Which is like dead center. I guess I can pour it kind of fast because I'm going to pressurize it. It should get pulled into all the little areas. You just gotta like pour this stuff kind of slow and let it kind of rise on its own. So it'll like kind of force all the air up as it goes. It always feels like it's not going to, but then it eventually does. Yeah, adding this dye was like such a good idea. I'm glad I was encouraged to do it once I thought of it. I think it's going to help a lot with like some of the uncertainty I've had in the past working with this transparent stuff. Because it seems cool, it seems like a good idea when when it's transparent, but you're like, oh shit, I have no idea if it's mixed together or not. So usually I'm kind of over mixing it because I'm not really sure, which then costs me time. So being able to have some kind of like visual indicator that it's probably good definitely helps. Because even just saving me a minute is like a big deal. Just because of how fast this stuff turns solid. And trying to get a little bit more out of there. Alright, that's probably good. So now I'm gonna stick this in the pressure tank. Let that dry on its own. So this will just be a little bit of waste, I guess. It's probably the easiest I've worked with that stuff, like ever, just by adding that dye. Alright. Let that cure for 45 minutes or so. It says 30, but it's always better to let it go a little longer. Just to be sure. I mean, this stuff's pretty fast, so it should be good in like probably less than 30 minutes, but I'd rather not pull it out early and it like be messed up. I'm just gotta clean these containers real quick before I can do anything else. I was like reading this article online yesterday, and it was like talking about it's like 20 tips from a chef to like improve your cooking or whatever, and there's like a lot of miscellaneous things, and I think it was on Reddit, so there were people then commenting their like suggestions, and so one person had said like to clean as you're cooking, so that way like when you're done, I mean, it helps because if you have to like use a thing again for another task, it's like ready. And the other was like, when you're done, you know, one of the biggest deterrents to like cooking is that if you make like a moderately complex dish or whatever, or a meal, you can kind of end up with this like giant mess of dishes, and then you just like don't want to do it, don't want to clean them up, so then, you know, they could like sit for a day or two. Whereas if you're like cleaning as you go, your workspace stays more organized, which is like, just helps me mentally. And then like when you're done, there's like not much left to clean up. So I kind of approach this in the same way, where it's easier for me to just clean stuff as I go, spend, you know, a few minutes here or there, than trying to like clean up a giant mess at the end. And sometimes some of this stuff, if you let it sit too long, it just becomes harder and harder to clean. Just like the same is true with like cooking or whatever too. You like pull out a pan or whatever, or you like make a batter and then you let the bowl or pan sit. Well, that stuff like crusts onto the pan or onto the bowl, and then you either are like scraping the shit out of it to get it off, or you have to like soak it for a whole day. So then it like costs you all this time. So I kind of try to use that approach. And I've worked plenty of food service jobs and had to like deal with the annoying managers who are like, always be cleaning. If you have time to clean, you have time to clean. Like that drives me up a wall. And that's like a whole different thing. But yeah, like frequently cleaning your tools and your workspace helps when you're like working in a space for like hours. You tried swapping your CPUs again? You didn't mess up another one, did you? The frown doesn't look very encouraging. I'm gonna guess that everything worked out perfectly, just as you had wanted. I'm gonna try to be positive for you, Cap. Did I leave gunk on the outside of this? No, I guess I didn't. Oh, I mean, that's not the worst problem though, right? Because like, it's just incompatible, but no like catastrophic failures or issues. It's always comforting. Definitely worse problems than them just being incompatible. Trying to give me a panic attack. Had to go shut the door. My partner is yelling at our naughty cats, who one of our cats likes to stalk the other one. Like he thinks he's this like constant threat. So he'll follow him around and stare at him. So we're always having to break them up. Did a good deed for the day. What'd you do? I think this towel's had it. We're gonna retire this guy. Alright, so that was like 10 minutes ago, so we'll say 2:48, half hour is what, 3:20, so we'll say 3:30 we'll pull it. Oh, that's cool. That's basically what happened to me the first time I streamed. Master Sabretooth joined and was like kind of like coaching me a little bit, so it helped a lot. And then between him and you with like giving me feedback on like the audio and all that, it was really helpful. So it's cool that you could do that for someone else. Oops. I assume she appreciated it. It could probably be pretty, like, intimidating to, you know, be streaming for the first time and, like, everything's going wrong and you're having, like, audio issues and all that crap. Oh, that's good. That's really cool. They were helping her out. It's like, there's all this, like, technical stuff, you know, like, you don't think about with streams, and I ran into the same thing. I mean, I spent the whole, like, probably the first week and a half, I was just like trying to troubleshoot, you know, audio issues, because I don't know a whole lot about audio. I'm like a visual designer, so like I was having to learn audio stuff as I went, which can be kind of intimidating. It is really hot up here today. God damn. So I'm going to try to build these guys up some. I'm just going to go a little bit at a time. That's really cool, Cap. Being so helpful. Yeah, nobody helps you at first. Yeah, that sucks. I think I spent most of my first stream, because I didn't like talk at all for like the first half of it. So I really had no idea, like, you know, if the music was too loud or anything. So sorry, I'm being nice and trying. I mean, that's cool. Like, you decided to reach out. Fuck out of here, Adobe, with your bullshit Flash player. I mean, it's like, you still made the effort, though, and that probably, like, made her feel better. And then once, like, things got solved, or at least, like, started working better, it was, you know, probably made her, like, feel a lot better. Alright, I gotta put some, I think I gotta score this a little bit. I don't really know quite how I'm gonna do this, so I'm just gonna kind of wing it. I mean, you've been trying to get me to, like, get my emotes working for, like, you know, a week plus, and I wouldn't really have, like, thought too much of it. I probably wouldn't have actually done anything with emotes if you hadn't said anything. So, I don't know if you can, like, see the ones that I added, but I added, I think if you click the, I added, like, beside the chat button in the settings gear, there's, on my screen anyway, there's like a little smiley face, and that brings up like another menu. It's supposed to like show the different stuff I have like available, but I don't know how, like, if that works across viewers or not. I just don't know enough about it yet. It's a good mindset to have, though, you know, like, just trying to, like, help people, because then you're putting, like, you know, like a goodwill into the world, and we need more of that. Yeah, totally agree. Could definitely use more of that. especially when, like, you know, it doesn't cost you much. Like, oh, you spend a little bit of time helping someone. Like, that's still a nice gesture to make. No, I mean, I'm not, you know, saying you're like trying to self-praise or anything. You're just like feeling good about something you did to help someone else. Like, that's okay to talk about that stuff, because then, like, you know, maybe that encourages someone else to like be helpful, instead of like giving someone, you know, maybe someone else is like browsing the streams, instead of them like being shitty or just like, you know, leaving the stream. Maybe they like think about helping them out too, instead of just like, you know, leaving them alone to struggle. I mean, I still don't know what I'm doing. um, I still don't know, like, if I'm getting the emotes thing to work or not. I'm like, I think it's working, but I don't know. um, I spent like some time yesterday messing with it, because, like, you know, I know it's like a thing with Twitch. It's a part of like the user experience, so I want to be able to provide that to people, even if I'm just using, like, you know, ones from like Franker's Faces and stuff like that, or BTTV, just to like make them available for people if they want to use them. Nice, that's cool. Made a connection. Yeah, and that's what I've been doing, like, with Instagram. I whenever people like ask questions or whatever, I try to be like as helpful as I can. It's like, you know, me helping them out with like some questions doesn't, it's not like taking anything away from me, so why not, you know? I think the secret to this epoxy sculpt is like using really small amounts at a time. It's like, at first this stuff seemed a little clumsy. I mean, it still seems clumsy, but I think I'm starting to kind of, I wouldn't say I'm getting the hang of it, but I feel like I can control it a little bit better than I did the other day. I don't know. I still don't love how long it takes to like set up. I can't really do anything about that. It's silly for people to get like upset, you know, like what's there to be competitive about? It's like, if you're, to me, I'm just like, I'm just doing this, you know, to kind of help me, and if I like can meet some people and, you know, put out like something, you know, you guys are interested in watching, then that's just like gravy for me. So yeah, I'm usually pretty open to criticism, and I mean, the pliers thing was like, you know, a wise suggestion when I probably should have like thought of myself already. But I was like, I wouldn't say I was being stubborn. I just like didn't really think about it. So you like kind of calling me out on it made me think about it, which is good. Because then it turned out to be a good thing. Because then I was like, oh wait, I can like, there is a better way to kind of hold on to this thing, and so that worked out pretty well. Now if I'm going to solve the mystery of this epoxy sculpt, that would be pretty cool. Extra special people that want to be themselves. I can see that, yeah. Where they're like, I'm expressing myself. Like, okay, I get it. But like, you know, this one thing you could maybe do a little differently. Or at least like, you know, it's one thing to be like, you know, if you're like being pushy, then sure, I could see them getting like upset or whatever. But if you're not, it's like, you can just be like, yeah, cool, I'll think about that or whatever. And you're not like, they're not like obligated to like, you know, do the thing, but like that doesn't mean they can't think about it. Alright, I gotta try to make sure this thing doesn't fall over, because if it does, it's gonna like dent the little side. I don't know if I even have to score this. I probably don't. It seems like it's tacky enough. I'm a little afraid of like breaking it off. I should put this over here so I can see the chat while also having access to it. Yeah, I can see why you'd want to dip out of a stream like that pretty quick. If someone's being kind of like, not like self-absorbed or whatever, but you know, just kind of jerky, I guess. I don't really know how to describe it. Oh, this is such a mess. Such a mess. Ah, damn it. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, I could, yeah, that would be very weird. I probably would just like, I don't know, I'd probably just like pass on that stream, but yeah, I could see there being all kinds of like kooks on here. I've like, I don't know, I feel like that whole like, I gotta have a cam on my face thing is like expected. I don't know. I don't really have any intention of putting up like a face cam. I also don't really have a way to do it at the moment anyway. Both technologically and monetarily. Oh yeah, you always remember the bad ones, because like they're the memorable ones. Well, it's like anything with like reviews, right? Like there's always like more bad reviews than good reviews, just because like when people have a bad experience, they want to like bitch about it. But if they have a positive experience, they're more likely to just not say anything at all. Or maybe they'll say something like to people they know personally, but they won't like write, you know, an online review or whatever. Trying to like, I don't know. That's why I tried the wire mesh at first, because I was like, I'm gonna need something to like build this up on. Maybe I just have to like overbuild it and then like sand it down later. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong, is I'm trying to like define the form instead of just like bulking it up. I think these feet are gonna, these kind of things are just gonna take longer than I expect. So it doesn't really want to stick, even though it says it does. Negative reviews are more valuable. Yeah, no, that's legit. Probably like, yeah, I mean, I always read the bad reviews too, like, because I want to know like, so when I read bad reviews, I'm looking at like, what are they saying, right? I want to see if like they're being irrational or if these are potentially like legitimate concerns, you know, because there's plenty of people that like will leave a bad review and they're like, their bad review is like kind of unrelated to the thing, you know, the place sells, whether it's like a product or a restaurant or whatever, or a service. So sometimes like the review is like kind of meaningless, but then sometimes it, you know, talks about like their customer service or whatever, and you're like, okay, I needed to know about that. Oh my god, stop dropping it, you dumb dummy. It's these gloves, man. They're like, they make this difficult. It keeps like slipping out of my hands because I can't tell how like strongly I'm like gripping this thing. So then it like pops out of my fingers. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, maybe I just gotta like press it on and then try to shape it. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm just like approaching it wrong. I think I gotta build it up and then sand it down. I don't think I can build it up like to the form I want. I think that's like a later approach. Oh, it's a little hard to see, this stuff being black. It's honestly hard for me to see. I would not buy black again, but I have it, so I'm going to use it. Probably not exactly. Because when you say kebab, I think of like, you know, meat and vegetables on a stick. So I don't know how that, what that's like elsewhere in the world. I sadly have not traveled very much. Maybe someday though. Stop. Stop smushing. Okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly, but that's just a fault of my own knowledge. Well, it's probably a good thing to remember, so you know not to buy it again. I think I turned on links in moderations. You should be able to post like a link to a picture or something. I'm not sure if you can upload pictures. Fuck. When I'm like working here, I can't really check anything. It would take me away from this for too long. Because then I would get like lost in the details. So I usually wait till I'm like done. That looks delicious. I want that right now. I haven't had I'm not sure what I would call that. It's not barbecue, but I guess it kind of could be. Since barbecue is like kind of just like a vague term now. No, but now I want a roasted meat sandwich like that. I have to show that to my partner. I'm sure she'll get on board with that. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever to sculpt this. I'll take a look at it in a second. I gotta finish what I'm doing here. Well, not finish it, but trying to frickin' close up this little space here. And that's not gonna work either. Well, I guess it's better than it was. It's gonna be a lot of grinding when I'm done. A lot of grinding, and not the fun kind. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. I think it's just barbecue. I think that's what we call it here. It's like a form of barbecue, I guess. Because like I said, barbecue is just kind of this vague term for like meat cooked over fire, more or less. Alright, that's probably as good as that's gonna get. Yeah, the next time I'm in Germany, I'll jump on that. Once I get my passport and money. Oh, my knees. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, we have, I think it's just called Mongolian barbecue here. It's kind of like that. I mean, I don't know, Mongolian barbecue's still different. But that, what you described, that is a thing here. I just don't know if it has like a name. specific to that, or if it just gets lumped into like barbecue in general. Where'd it go? Stuck to my hand? Yeah. Oh, I believe it. It looks way better than barbecue. Yeah, now I want something like that, like this week. You give me a mission cap, I gotta find a place nearby that's making that. Yeah, I probably can. Um, we've been trying to cook more stuff at home, so that's like a good project to try. Because we usually try to keep it pretty simple, so that's like a fun a fun thing that we haven't been doing lately. Yeah, definitely as far as like the quality from vendors. We have like lots of where I live. There's a lot of Mexican restaurants here because there's a big Latino population. So there's like so many places, and they're like all over the place as you'd imagine in the quality. And there's a place like right on our block that makes these like tortas, which is like kind of like a sandwich, and their food's really good. Yeah, we probably have Turkish restaurants here in Phoenix. I have to look. I don't know any off like the top of my head, but there probably are. This is a pretty big city. I'll definitely look into it though, because now I wanna try it. I mean, like try the Turkish variation of it, not just like an American version. Yeah, I was disappointed. My uh, an Indian restaurant that I like up the street closed, probably because of the pandemic. Shit. So that's kind of annoying. Um, I just can't afford to like eat there every week. It's too expensive. cannot get this stuff to like stick. It like kind of sticks and then it comes off. It's kind of annoying. Whatever. Well, I ran out of it, so I guess I'm gonna pause on that. I don't know why it is so damn hot today. It's not usually this hot here. Well, not right now, it's like winter. Great, I just fucked this up too. Awesome. I keep like screwing it up. Let's put these off to the side so maybe I can stop knocking them over. Where is the weather? 80? That's a lot. Alright, so I got this one, which is going to have this part in it. What is it like this? I don't know which way this went in here. I thought I marked it. Nope. Alright, well, let's try to figure out where it's going to go. Yeah, I thought the sloped side was... Oh, that's the wrong hand. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So then we'll do... This is the inside front. This will be the inside front. There. Now they're color coded, so I know which side goes to which. So then I can glue this guy in here. Alright, let's do that. Oh, you thing. It's easy to scrub simple dishes, though. Never underestimate stupidity. Alright, so pink to pink. Where are my little tweezers at? Smush it around a little bit to spread the glue. So we'll do that. Okay. Alright, well this guy's gluing. What else can I work on? So I've got this guy. Uh-oh. That's, I guess if you didn't, like, you know, puke after eating there, you're probably okay. Alright, so I'm going to use this. And I'll add some. I'll add a bit of the clay to this. I really wanted to use the wire mesh. It would have been so much easier. I'm going to have to think about that going forward, though. How I can use it. I might have to just, like, carve down even smaller to make room for the mesh. Yeah, well, that's a pretty good reason to stop ordering pizza from that place. Or really anything. I don't know if that even really does anything, but I guess we'll just pretend that it does. Alright, so another 5 minutes and I should be able to pull out that mold we made earlier. See where that's at. And then probably make the other half. But I will use up this stuff that I'm making now first. Nice. Sounds like you got dinner picked out for tonight then. Well, I guess I say tonight, like, you know, because I still have it tonight. It's a morning for you now. So, but I guess that still works, right? Tonight, if it's like after midnight. Like future tonight. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was like, I just didn't feel like doing the math to see if it was like after midnight or not. I guess it's just add 8, right? Yeah, so that's pretty easy. I was just being lazy. As soon as right before you sent that, I was like, wait, it's just 8 hours. I could just add 8. But, you know, I'm lazy, so. Let's see. Try to smooth this out a little bit. Maths are hard. You see me doing maths on with the paper. I'm like having to do it more than once, trying to figure out how much stuff I need, and then I'm like, oh wait, I didn't figure out enough, and now I have too little, and I'm fucked. So. I try to do the maths, but sometimes the maths do me. As in, they school me on how much I don't do the maths very well. That's that'll be my fallback career option. Like, give me your nails. Give me your nails. Give me your fingers. I will make them beauteous. Give them to me. Beauteous. We're just making up words now. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. Hey, all words are made up. We just agree on what they mean. Oh, I guess that was all of it. Huh. I thought I had more, but I don't. Yep. So much for that. Alright, it's 3:30. I'm going to open that mold now. Dirty 30. It's hard to make that quiet. I don't know how loud that was. Hopefully not too loud. Alright, that's good. So we're gonna crack this open. Try to do the other side. I swear this pretzel channel is playing the same like 7 songs over and over again. I have to change it up here because sounds a little too repetitious for me. It's definitely one of the like I don't know. I guess it's not a downside of streaming, but the like music rights and stuff is like a little annoying. I mean, I get it, you know. Everybody wants to get paid. This guy, I got coffee right here. I make it before I come up. Then it takes me 3 hours to drink it because, you know, I'm like focused and stuff. Yeah, it's a given. How about if I don't have a coffee, I'll tell you. Because the default is that I do. The alternative would be, if I didn't have a coffee, I'd probably have a beer instead. So, you know, there's a little bit of fuel beverages and one are going to be one of those things. Alright, I'm not gonna pop this thing off. I appreciate that it's like pulling the clay out, but it's not what I want right now. Alright. Possibly. It's definitely a staple, so I usually have it. I guess I don't need to worry about taking that thing off right now. I'm just gonna pull this front one off. Oh, it's like partially split already, you dirty bastard. Well, I didn't clean these panels well enough because it came right off. I really need to switch to the stuff Sabretooth was saying, the fiber board. I need a thing that I can use to separate these. Not that. Maybe this. Don't wanna. There we go. Let's see. This looks like it's okay. Alright, that's probably good. Just gotta get it started. Oh, it's stuck on the sides. Ow. Trim off this mess. Yeah, every now and then I have to like go a day without coffee for some reason, and that's usually not great. Like I had a preventative procedure recently, and I wasn't allowed to like eat or drink anything for a day, so that kind of sucked. It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be, but I mean it wasn't like great. I'll take a look at that in a minute. I gotta finish trimming this stuff off. What's the gist of it, of that Reddit post? I probably saw like something they shared, Twitch did. I just haven't like read over it. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it later tonight. Where's my knife? Okay. Yeah, generally just try not to be a dick, but I mean, you know, that doesn't always, like, stop the interpretation of something. Science is supposed to be, like, industrial, but it sounds more, almost sounds more Western. Oh, you fucking clay came off. God damn it. So now I gotta fix that. Where is my thing? Here it is. I'm just gonna try to fix this real quick. I just need the general shape. I don't need it to be exact. I had a little chunk of clay come off, so I'm just trying to use this to get like the general shape. So it has like a smoother blend. Alright, that's probably fine. Alright. The stuff's, we're done with this. That's garbage. That's garbage. Alright, so I'm gonna make a base for this. Once I finish trimming this. That's such a good suggestion. The dye in the silicone, it like makes it. It's such a small thing, but it makes such a big difference, just for like visibility, if nothing else. Ugh, that needs to come out of there. Yeah, I'll be sure to post something about that on Instagram later tonight. Dyeing your silicone. It's a pretty good tip. I mean, just for doing it once, I already think it's like a big improvement. Okay, so I gotta clean this stuff up. Yeah, I'll get right on that. I'll do that this weekend. Nude mold making. It'll be the same. It'll be the same stream, except, you know, I'll be indisposed, and but I'll still be off camera, so you know it won't really change anything. Who else would it be other than me? Come on. But it'll be exactly the same. You'll just see the same thing, except it'll be on OnlyFans. But I'll say that, you know, I'm less closed off camera and leave it to people's imaginations. It'll be an abstract nude series. But you only see their hands, so it'll be like very deceptive, you know? They'll be like, well, their hands are naked. That counts. These gloves are all I'm wearing. Well, and this apron, I guess, because, you know, I don't need to get some of this crap on my skin. Yeah, voice could work. I mean, there were all those phone lines in the 90s. So clearly people were like willing to pay for just a voice. Oh yeah, voice can totally kill it. What a mess. Damn it. Dang it. Well, it's a little tackier. Not, it's a little less tacky, so I guess that's not too bad. Let's start. Oh, fuck. Whatever. Maybe this stuff's not great for like thin things. Huh. Interesting. I don't know if I'm familiar with that movie. These cleanup steps are always like kind of annoying. Everything's like sticking on my hands tonight too. I don't know if it's just more humid today or not. Oh, Her. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. It's been on my list. I just haven't like made time to watch it. Yeah, I've heard it's really good. I'll have to see if it's available to stream anywhere on like a service I pay for already before I go and try to like torrent it or whatever. I'll just check on Just Watch and see if it's available to stream. I know it's been on, you know, numerous services before, so it might be out there on one of them. I just gotta make the effort to look for it. Okay. Yeah, I'll add those. Well, I will write them on my list once I'm done with this stuff here. Yeah, we watched Sputnik recently, which is Sabretooth recommended. It's pretty good if you haven't seen it. Let me grab my little thing here. So is it? So her, which I know, Man Up, and Ruby Sparks. Got him. My precision blade. Oh yeah, thanks. I thought something fell. Yeah, it'll probably take me a couple minutes to figure out where it went. I'll be like searching around the table and getting annoyed with myself that I like misplaced it, because I'll do that a lot. I'll be looking for something off to the side here, and because I have so many like little tools piled up, it'll often just be kind of buried and it's right in front of me. So it's not uncommon for me to be looking for something and it's like right in front of me. These things are so loose. Alright, I gotta dust this with mold release real quick, so that the silicone boys don't stick together. That's right. Always watching. 3 mana. Wait, you don't get that joke. Never mind. Alright, there's that. Noted. Mentally noted. I gotta clean these things off. They're... Let's see if they're even big enough. They might be too small. Let's see. I should probably chop off this thing. I'm a little afraid it's gonna break, but actually, it's fine the way it is. I don't need to chop it off. So that's the bottom, right? So that, yeah, okay, these will work. So I can use those. They just need to be cleaned off. Alright, I'm over this. Let's see. Hype bass, chill EDM. Holiday. What am I looking for? We'll just do we'll do ambient. Or not that, we'll do chill. Chillaxin. Yeah, I'm gonna flip it over. So like this will be the bottom, this will be the top, and I'm gonna cover the whole thing in silicone to make the other half. So you're catching on. Figuring out my madness. Alright, so all the clean sides go up. I'm gonna have to use the that last piece of paperboard for the outside of the last side. Alright, so these are the walls. This is the floor. And how big is this thing going to be? Let's see. There. There. Yeah. And then here, I guess. Yeah, if I was still using that brown clay I was using like at first, this would be way slower. So, positive progress. Coffee break. I'm actually into like unused parts now. Done with that. Yum yum. Yum yum for your tum-tums. Oops. Looks like really disgusting chewing gum. Mmm. Plastic flavored. My favorite. Yeah. Well, this does not smell very good. So, this probably is not a good chewing gum substitute. Alright, so there's our basic shape. Alright, is this tall enough? Yeah, basically. So I gotta make a spot for this stuff. Let's see. So cut it there. Cut it here. Right? Yeah. So I guess we'll cut like this section out. pull this stuff out. Come on. There's my little driver. My little guy. Spicy tofu. I don't know if I'd like that. I mean, I love spicy food, but part of like what makes tofu, you know, itself is that it's kind of like flavor neutral. I've had good tofu. Mostly at like Asian restaurants. I've had it like fried and stuff, and that comes with like a little dipping sauce. Alright, so I'm gonna cut more of this off. Yeah, when I first like learned about it, I thought it was kind of like weird and gross. But then I've had it a number of times and it's been pretty good. I've also had it enough times where it's been like, you know, it's just like kind of, it's not even gummy, it's just like mushy. And it's been like not great. Alright, so I don't know if what I've had has been considered good tofu. I just know it's tofu I didn't like despise. So I guess it's fine. I think like sometimes we just have, you know, versions of food that like isn't prepared that well. Like my mom like hates Brussels sprouts, but I'm like, no, these are actually really good if you know, cook them well. But she like won't even try it. I'm just like, okay, guess you're gonna just not enjoy these ever then. That's fine. Yeah, right? So good. It's like, how do you not like these? Like, you probably just never had them, like, made very well. You've always had them, like, boiled or whatever. The amount of people who don't know how to cook vegetables is insane. My mom arguably is not a great cook, so that's probably part of it. Yeah, spinach is super good. I put it in like everything. I've been putting kale in a lot of stuff lately. Like pan fried or whatever, sauteed. My partner, she's been making blah blah blah. She's been making like a she calls it a wilted kale salad. So you have to like put it in like oil and then you like massage it and it softens up. And she puts like cabbage and carrots and stuff in like this vinaigrette dressing. It's pretty good. Yeah, it looks kind of like cake. I don't want to eat it, but cake is my favorite. Cake. I'm gonna make a cake for Christmas. Well, for that like week. We're just gonna like make stuff instead of buying gifts for each other. So it'll be pretty good. We're gonna make some cocktails. Yum yum. This needs to be just filled in. Well, I guess that's not actually empty enough. Yeah, I just need to like get this thing like kind of roughly sealed. Doesn't need to be like perfect. Oh yeah, I should have one of those. That little triangular spatula would be really helpful. Why do I not have that? What is wrong with me? Just doing everything wrong. Well, not wrong, just not optimally. Well, I know what I'm going to look for on Amazon later. Yeah, being able to like quickly like cut and shape it all with one tool would be really obviously very helpful for like doing what I'm doing right now, instead of constantly switching around to different tools. I'll send you a Starbucks gift card. Right? That should work. I assume you've got something like that around you. They're like McDonald's, right? They're everywhere. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure, because they seem like they were everywhere, but, you know, I don't actually know. Because they're probably not even that great compared to, like, coffee you can get elsewhere. I mean, I don't think they're particularly great myself, but they're everywhere, so I figured, but, you know, that doesn't mean I wouldn't entertain the idea. I've had a few people be generous to me lately, so I'll have to try to do something to, like, spread the love a little bit in the next couple weeks. Where is my tool that I want? No worries, man. The thought is appreciated, though. It's like, I intend to do things, I'm just not really in the financial situation to do it, you know? It's kind of what irks me about people that are super rich. They're in, like, the best position to do stuff to help people, and they're just like, nah, I'm fine. They're like, I got mine. Like, thanks, buddy. It's not like a bunch of poor people didn't help make you rich, you know? I'm speaking of, like, obviously, like, Bezos and people like that. Yeah, I guess that's true. You don't stay rich by helping poor people. Can't wait to see what a zoo distributing this vaccine is going to be like. It's going to be ridiculous. Just hope it's affordable. Because it needs it. Alright, that's probably good. Almost. So I got some little loose areas around the bottom. Alright, I probably don't need to actually smooth this over. Yeah. I mean, I figure it's going to be like, you know, elderly, healthcare workers, people that are at risk. So, you know, I expect to be waiting like a few months anyway. So those people can all get it first. I mean, my life's been like only slightly inconvenienced this whole time, so like I can afford to wait a little while so other people can get it first. Just trying to smooth this over before I like build the outer box, just so it's less bumpy. Doesn't really matter, I'm just being finicky. That's starting to annoy me. Yeah, we definitely don't need Resident Evil COVID zombies. Let's like skip a year first. Maybe 2022. Let's just like, you know, let's get to breathe for a year, recoup, and then we'll do zombie 2022. Alright, that looks pretty good. I mean, it's not beautiful, but it's serviceable. Haha, that's a hilarious and terrifying irony. Well, let's cross our fingers we don't have that. Because, like, I'm not really, like, prepared, you know, to, like, fight a bunch of zombies. I guess I'll do what I have to, but, you know, I'd rather, like, just stay home. That'd be easier. Alright, so the outside. This is the clean side. Those are the clean sides. So we'll stick this guy on here. Wait, this has got to be out a little bit. Yeah. So got to leave a gap around about 1/4 of an inch. It's funny, it's been a while since I've seen Resident Evil. Maybe I should add that one to the list. Be like, oh wait, this is what's the worst. This is the worst that could happen. At least there's no like, you know, super AI that's gonna be like, yeah, we're just gonna exterminate everyone. mean, that we know of, at least. Who knows what Elon Musk is cooking up. Oh, I saw it. I watch it because Mila Jovovich is beautiful, and you know, for like lulz, basically. Alright, so if I do no, is this one wider? Yeah, so I can do that, right? We'll glob this guy on here. Wait, which side was the clean side? I don't know. Well, we'll hope it was this one. I mean, it's like, I mean, Kate Beckinsale is pretty, also pretty gorgeous. It's like, you know, the age difference thing, though, because, like, I was first exposed to her in The Fifth Element, so, you know. Leeloo Dallas, Multipass, and all that. Oh, damn. I can't believe Kate's 47. I mean, she looks good for 47. Damn. I just assumed that she was younger, but I guess, like, she was doing, like, Underworld and all that stuff around the same time. So I guess it tracks. We'll just credit that also to me being uneducated about that particular subject. I don't have my PhD in babology yet. Alright, I think this is sealed. I'm not totally sure. It's funny, my friend tells me that he thinks I'm a vampire. Because, he's like, you could be 30 and I wouldn't even question it. Or you could say you were 30 and I wouldn't question it. So I'm like, I'll take it. Alright, which side is that? Alright, that's the outside. So, this one I gotta be a little more careful. I'm 40. Wait, I forget. Hang on a second. I actually forget. I often forget how old I am. I think I'm 44. Well, what's 1976? Do the math. I forget. Let's see. So 76. 2000 would be what, 24? 24 plus 20. 40, yeah, 44. I think we talked about it once before, I just like couldn't remember. Also, when I'm like doing stuff, I'm distracted, so that's probably also why I forgot. Yeah, I think that's crooked. Yeah, alright, that's better. That's probably good. June. No, my birthday's in June. I'm a summer baby. Yeah, I mean, I have a number of friends who, like, I'm in that bracket where I could be their parent. I just try not to think about it too much, because then it doesn't get weird. I think that's all sealed. I mean, I don't have kids, so I feel like I haven't really changed too much in the last, like, 15 years. Just got more gray hairs. But I still have all my hair, so I can't complain. Alright, so I need something for the front. That's not big enough. What have I got here? This is probably, oh, that's way too big. None of that. That's not tall enough. Nope, not tall enough. Alright, I guess I'm cutting a new piece. So, which is going to be, oh, it's too small right there. I'll just have to fill it in with glue. Alright. Let me see what size that I need. Needs to be at least, we'll say 11. Yeah. 11 wide. And how tall do I want this to be? 10? Yeah. Alright, so 11 by 10. 11 by 10. 11. 10. Alright, so let us do that and do this. Alright, cut this thing off. $430, okay. So if I get the silicone mixed in the next half hour, I can have this done. Yep, I'll be here. So I could probably get this done by 6, which would be cool to have it done completely in like one session. What up, Sabretooth? Just making a mess as usual. Yeah, there we go. How's it going with you? How's your annoying client going? I swear I'm going to use fiberboard at some point. I just haven't got there yet. Okay, so I'm a little dumb on tinctures. So what is that? I know it's like, it used to be like a remedy kind of. I don't know exactly what it is now though. I need some education on that. I think it's sealed. Nope. Ooh. Interesting. I like that. Nice. Oh, that seems a little thin, but it's probably fine because it's on the top. I'm gonna hope this is sealed everywhere. I have a feeling that it's not. Oh, look at that. There's a giant fucking hole right there. There's another one. So, in case you didn't notice, I took Bone Splinter's suggestion and I tinted my silicone. Big help when you're working with this clear stuff. Yeah, I swear I'm gonna get to it. I swear. I keep like stacking up things for myself to do with, like, between stream sessions, and then I like get behind. Well, like, part of the problem with like this clear stuff is like when you mix the A and B, you can't tell like how well it's mixed, since it's like all the same translucent, you know, value. And then so then like when you tint the one, because I'm gonna do it now, so you'll get to see me do it. The part B is like super dark, and then, you know, the other side is its normal transparent like self. So then when you mix them together and start to stir them, you can actually see like them start to blend. So it helps, like, you can kind of like see more quickly like when it's adequately mixed, instead of like just mixing it for a bunch of the time. I just use this stuff, yeah. That's what he said he was using. So I have like this orange bottle, so I just used a drop of that. I might actually use a different color for the other side, but that's also just being unnecessarily complicated. But it worked out pretty well, so I'm gonna do it again here once I mix up this. Well, once I figure out how much silicone I need. But yeah, it's the same dye. The So Strong stuff. So we got that. That's the bottom. That's the part itself. Okay, so I've got my cross section here is going to be, what, like 3 layers. So there's a bottom layer. There's the bottom layer of the bottom chunk of the mold itself, and then the like back wall. So this is all the mold, and this is the clay base. Awesome. That'll be exciting. Alright, so I need to figure out the full volume here before I do any partial math. So it looks like 8.8. So we're just going to say 9. 9 for the back, 9 for the front, 4.3 for this side, and then 5 for this side. So, shit, that's a pretty big difference. No, it's 4.9 still, though. Oh, I'm illiterate. It's 4.8. So we'll do 4.9 for both. So 4.9 width, 9 length, and the height is, let's see, 8. I'll say 8.5 to overestimate. 8.5 height. So then we need to do the volume of this inner part. So that's 3.5. Eight is the length, and then let's see, the height of the clay is 1.6. And then there's like this bottom chunk here I'm gonna do as this. So I'm gonna visually just divide this into 2 sections. So this chunk here on the bottom, and then this like wall. So that height is 1. Oop, trying to keep my head out of the camera. 2. Well, we'll just say it's 2. And then the height of this is 3.3. The width, I'll say, is 1.5. Okay, so there's 3 different shapes here. So this is the bottom riser. That's 3.5 by 8 by 1.6, right? Then I've got the lower part of the mold, which is this. That's 2 by 8 by 3.5. And then this back wall is let's see, 3.3 tall, 1.5 wide, and then 8 in length. So let's see. So I have a total volume. I have the riser volume. I'll just call it the foot volume, which is the bottom of the mold. And the back wall volume. Okay. Let's see. So okay, so the total volume is 9. Oh, I didn't get the height, did I? I thought it was like 8 or something. I think 8. Oh, I hadn't decided. I think it'll just be 8.5. Okay, so it's going to be 9 times 8.5 times 4.9. Let's see, 9 times 4.9 times 8.5. 347.85 or 374.85. The riser volume is 8 by 3.5 by 1.6. So we've got 8 times 3.5, nope, 8 times 3.5 times 1.6, 44.8. The foot volume is similar, 8 by 2 by 3.5. Eight times 2 times 3.5, 56. And the back wall volume is 8 by 1.5 by 3.3, so it's going to be real similar to the foot volume. 8 times 1.5 times 3.3 is 39.6. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think like drafting stuff that I took in high school would like help me later on, but here we are. So add these all together, right? 44.8 plus 56 plus, nope, not times. God damn it. We just had like a backspace. 44.8 plus 56 plus 39. Fuck! Did it again. 44.8 plus 56 plus 39.6. 140.4. So we'll just take 140. Round this up to 375. And then subtract 375 minus 140. Jesus. Minus 140. 235. Always jealous of the cookies. Okay, so this is the volume that we need. So divide this by 2, right? So that's 100. 30 is 15. And then 5 is 2.5, so 3, 18, 118. A and B. That's a really difficult number to get to, so we're going to round that up to 120. And hope I have enough left. Let's see. Where is it? Gold star 20. That's not it. Where's the other bottle? There it is. That's probably enough. 120. I don't know. It's pretty tight. Might have to offset this with some chunks. So we'll get our bag of chunks out just in case. Oh, fuck Christmas music. I hate that shit. Actually, I'm gonna go down to 115. So 120, 110, 115. Oh, can't do it there. Need a bigger container. Not that one. That might have to be this. Yep. Of course, I don't have another one. Alright. I guess I could do 2 containers. 100 and 120, 115. No, that's too difficult. 50, 75, 100, 125. So if 125 by 3 is what? 24 is 8. So if we do that and that, right? That's roughly 108, 116. So right around here is probably 115. Hooey. Hey, mate. Get that money, honey. I don't think I have enough for this, so I'm just gonna hope I do. I might have another set of these mold bottles, but I'm not totally sure. Or silicone. Oh, just barely enough. Or not. Hey, you don't know. You're like, watch me scrape my scraper, bro. That's right. No payoff, all build up. Just gonna like, we're just gonna edge you for 2 hours and then let you go by yourself. Alright, just enough. It'll be called all edge, no payoff. Alright, so that was the blue stuff. So I'm gonna put a drip drop of this in here. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Moldy snots. It'll just be nostalgia. Yeah, this stuff's very strong. I usually don't even use that much. I'm usually using like just a tiny bit off like the tip of a tool. It doesn't go quite as far in the silicone though. Might actually have to use another drop. It's pretty like light. That's right. Gotta get it from somewhere. Oh my god, this fucking shit. The static electricity is no joke. A blue-balled lamb. Okay. That's probably good enough. What's your favorite part? See, I could start another stream where it's like just me doing this for like 3 hours. Just transferring it back and forth between vessels. Are you serious? What newspaper ink is made from? Oh my god. That is... What? I can't even wrap my head around that. What conspiracy are they hoping to unlock? That's right. Oh, you spelled poor wrong, though. P-O-O-R. Poor nostalgia. I'll be crying the whole time I'm doing it. That way it's a play on words. What do they think it's from? I mean, isn't it probably used to be from, like, I don't know, petrochemicals or some shit. That's right. I don't have an OnlyFans. I need to get on that. And I need to create my alternative identity. Oh, the big bad media. Why you gotta be causing so much trouble over there? Alright. I'm gonna hope I have enough of this one. They're concerned about, like, the ink in the newspaper, but not, like, their car and all the plastic in the world and all that shit. But the media, they're the ones that's fucking everything up for everyone. Okay, we got it. Thanks. Thanks, Air Tank. We got it. You're very strong. I feel like I overestimated a little bit here, but whatever. I mean, I guess that would make sense, right? Because the internet is the antithesis of newspapers, so you would be trying to kill the internet's poster children. Therefore, the ink is made from kittens. See, I can make conspiracy theories too. I didn't say they were good ones. Alright, I'm a little worried this is too much. No, it isn't. It's not. It just looks like it is. Alright. Where is my Giganto vessel? 300? Is that really? Yeah. That's what all those Amazon shipping boxes are made of. Little doggos. Definitely golden retrievers. People like those more. And they're bigger. More boxes per dog. I'm really happy that we had a president that like really, you know, reaches out to everyone, all the like really embraces and brings attention to like all the kooks in the room who would normally be ignored by like Democrats, you know. So like he's really doing a real service for the populace. He's a real man of the people. Oh my god, that's terrible and hilarious. Oh my god. That's great, Captain. I love it. No, they don't have. Trump doesn't have a pet. You think that guy can love anything but himself? Come on. I mean, if we're talking about, you know, Ivanka, then maybe. I don't think I even know what a Great Pyrenees looks like from memory. I'd have to like look it up. But links are turned on now, so you can post links to stuff. Yeah, I don't know too much about dog breeds. I have let's see what this puppers looks like. That's a pretty cute pup. I'm not into dogs because they're too much work. I don't like walking them and shit. I don't like that telling me when it's time to go outside. It's like, no. I'll tell you when to go outside. Alright, let's see how this works. So that thing is mostly pressurized. Sometimes. I have two cats that are like pretty nice and one that's kind of a jerk, but he was like from outside. I've been pretty fortunate. Pretty much all of my cats have been pretty sweet. Even the latest one, Dirt Devil from outside, he's become pretty nice. Fuck all these people outside my apartment. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, my one cat that goes outside, he's killed a lot of birds. But he was like basically stray. Like he belonged to someone apparently, but they didn't take care of him. So he actually ate most of the things he killed. But now that he doesn't go outside too much, he doesn't really kill anything anymore. So you can like see this stuff blending together now with like the one part of it died. It's still not like two colors actually because the one is still just like no color. But like once you don't see the, you know, the white of the one anymore, it's pretty much blended. So it definitely helps. Like I'm definitely not wondering if it's mixed or not. I like feel pretty confident that it's all like consistent now, as opposed to both halves being like just their transparent, you know, uncolored selves. So I was never really sure it was mixed, but now I feel a lot more confident, like having the one half of it tinted. Let's see, so I guess I gotta go down this side. I guess I'll go down this side. I gotta try to aim this fucking thing. Oh my god, so good. God, I was worried I like didn't mix enough, and or I mixed too much. Now I feel like I got either just enough or might actually come up short. Faster. Move around to the front. Sure, that's filling. Yeah, it is. Okay. I was worried for a second. Ooh, gonna be close. Real close. Oh my god. The calcium horse market or supplement market. Just gotta get in on that. Well, I guess I went a little over, but I was worried I wouldn't have enough. Alright, gonna get this shit in the tank before it fucking sets up. It is the forbidden jelly. Forbidden jelly. It's probably kind of like what blood would look like if you made jelly out of it. Woof. Alright, you're done. I got it. You're off. I got it. You're done. Not really. It's this color from like other silicones, like, you know, getting mixed into it. It's kind of like an emulsifier, so it'll as it sits, all the stuff will like settle to the bottom, And then if I want to, like, you know, save it or whatever, then I can pour, because all this stuff, all the sludge at the bottom, this is all silicone. So I would just pour off the clean stuff and leave the rest of it. And then throw that stuff away. So, like, you don't really replace it, you just, like, scrape off, you know, or skim off the good stuff and then throw away the rest. So it lasts for a really long time, though. I've been using the same jar for like 2 years. I won't even like replace it, I'll just like add to it. When it gets too low, I'll just pour more in there. Yeah, it's just it's mineral spirits, which I don't really even know what that is, but that's what it is. Alright, so let's see. That's a sloppy mess. This needs cleaned. This needs cleaned. And that's all. So I'm going to clean these two out real quick. Yeah, these like solutions that I use, this stuff, the mineral spirits, and the alcohol, are basically the same. Yes. I don't know how did I not see that, Sabretooth? I was like, I don't know what this is. And you're like, it's dead spirits, come on. Dead minerals, rather. See, I don't even know what jokes I'm making. Ghosts of dead minerals. I mean, I don't know that you're wrong, so I'm just gonna. That's what I'm gonna tell people from now on. Like, oh, that's just the ghost of dead minerals. That's fine. Yeah, they turn into a liquid. It's kind of like ectoplasm from Ghostbusters. That's actually what it was just mineral spirits. All that time. All I had to do was go to a geology lab. Could have had it solved. I don't know that it's highly flammable, but it is definitely flammable. Like, I don't think it's explosive, but it'll definitely burn. And also, don't get it on the screen of your tablet, because it can fuck with the coating. That's acetone. This is like different. I don't know how it's different. Acetone's more like rubbing alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. Mineral spirits dissolves like, I don't know, stain and other shit. I don't actually know what it's for. It's like a, I think like woodworkers use it. I'm not really sure. I'm not Mr. Science over here, okay? I just use this stuff. I don't know where it comes from. Hey, maybe. That's how you know all those ghost hunting shows are fake, because they don't have any mineral spirits. Mmm, delicious. Yeah, I don't think there's a dollar figure high enough for that. But it's how you become a mineral spirit, by drinking the mineral spirits. By drinking the mineral spirits, it frees you from your body and allows you too to become a mineral spirit. I'm sure we could find someone who would probably drink it for 10K. I mean, there were people that had like Trump tattooed on their forehead for less money. You love it. You love the scraping. You come here for the scraping. Where else are you gonna find this kind of entertainment? Gotta reach out to the minerals and talk to them. I'm scraping it back into the container. How do you think I've been using the same thing for 2 years? Am I wasting it? Think I'm made of coffee beans and dollar bills? No. Alright, we're done with that. Oh, shit, that's not... Actually, not quite done with that yet. You should see the workspaces of some of the, like, artists I follow on Instagram when they post them. I don't know how they get anything done. It's like, just chaos. What now? So I've got 40 minutes, right? So what am I going to do in 40 minutes? Let's see. How's the stuff? Guess I can add to this. Where my foot's at. Alright, so that just came off. That's cool. Cool. Gotta get that day one 40 gigabyte patch. Well, that just tore off. That's awesome. Alright, it's gonna go farther out. Just want to go back to sculpting a little bit. Yeah, I've also lost track of time, so don't feel too bad, Sabretooth. I often don't know what day or date it is. I'm just like, is it Monday, Wednesday, or Friday? No. Then I don't have to stream. Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to dates anymore. They don't really serve any purpose for me. All my days are the same. I think I might actually play a little Borderlands later. I need to get my partner's character over level 54 so we can be on the same power level, I guess. So this needs to come further out. Where's that tool at? I assume it's just digital, right? So you can just start downloading it today. And you get to download the 40 gig patch for it. Okay, well, so far I both like and hate this stuff. Where can you get it? Yep. They're a bitch. So I'll just use my schmuck. Ah, fuck. Nice. So you can at least download it though, right? And get it installed and everything. So when you get your new stuff, you can just start. I assume you got to install the patch from like inside the game too. I don't actually know. Cause you could just turn down the settings, right? Like the resolution and the graphics and all that, and start playing it now. Nice. So you're not sleeping tonight, right? I forget everything, come on. I have a mind like an empty cardboard box. Yeah, it sounds about right. Stay on, you fucking thing. Fucking thing. Yikes. Yeah, I just wouldn't even touch it. I just be like, you just live the way you are now. And we'll hope that someday it can replace you. Oh my god. I feel like I need to put this on one of those like sticks that people use to paint heads and stuff. I keep dropping it and it falls over, and then I like bend or smush the stuff that I just sculpted. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid spoilers on like The Mandalorian, and that's been hard enough. This game's been hyped for a while. I assume it's going to be like, there'll be spoilers everywhere. Oh, that's the wrong foot. It's this foot. Yeah, I couldn't not see it. It's fucking everywhere. Gonna have to build that out more. That'd be a hilarious troll by the developer, and I would totally approve. How come no one's remaking that movie? What's going on? The irony is Saber ends up being right, and it is a huge troll. Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna watch it and see how it goes. See if it sucks or not. I don't know. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm curious to see where they'll go with it. 15 years later, or 10 years later, or whatever. Yeah, 15 years later. Did you watch Jessica Jones? Because she's got like a big recurring role in that. I mean, it's canceled now, but, she's still in there. I don't know. To me, like, The Matrix and Revolution and Reloaded. Yeah, well, she's in that, and she wears like tight dresses a lot. I mean, she's like had a kid and stuff, so she's like, she's got the thick hips now, but it's still pretty hot. But I think like the original Matrix and then Reloaded are kind of like Alien and Aliens, where like they're both very different movies, but they're both good in their own ways. That like allows them to not compete for like which of these two movies is better. That's why I'm curious to see like where they go with it. I want to see like, you know, how do you approach this like idea now that technology has changed and, you know, the internet has changed and VR and all that stuff. Like how do you revisit that and like modernize it? Like that's the problem with the Terminator, is like they never really modernized the story. So we just get the same story over and over again. We've been watching the final season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Netflix, and without like spoiling too much, it definitely feels like a Terminator movie. Like, except it's got like a more interesting story. I mean, it gets a little ridiculous because of what it is, but it's still pretty interesting, and I've like enjoyed that show throughout its run. Yeah, I can get on board with that, Sabretooth. With Miss Anderson. Ms. Anderson? I don't know. Mrs. Anderson, she'll be in the Matrix and replace Hugo Weaving. Lots of ladies get hotter as they age, but like Hollywood's all like, no, only when they're in their 20s. I'm like, bro, have you seen these women? The final season. Yeah, it's a little weird, but that's like part of the trope with Terminator also, right? Is like you can't have a Terminator movie that doesn't involve time travel in some way. And it often like gets in the way more than it helps the story. We just watched the episode with Enoch and the time loop. So that was like a way that they ended that. It's a little too much, a little too Deus Ex Machina, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. AOS is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Marvel show that, yeah. It's pretty decent. I appreciate that they like once they were kind of forced out of the MCU, because like initially the show was supposed to be like kind kind of connected to it. And then, I don't know, someone at Marvel or whatever was like, no, it's going to be its own thing. Because they were supposed to do, like, crossovers and stuff. But, like, kind of once they got the axe and were cut away, they started doing, like, their own things. And so, like, the show, I think, got better after they kind of got pushed out of the MCU. Because instead of, like, just, you know, falling back on the same tropes, they, like, tried to do, like, different stories every season with it. Yeah. I mean, they are. It's just kind of the way that, like, Marvel handled their TV shows. Like, the Netflix stuff was allowed to be connected, but then S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't. So it kind of left it in this, like, limbo. Fuck. Shit. I wonder if my phone died. Hang on. Not died, but looks like it disconnected. Oh, apparently it died. That's a first. Yeah, it's got to restart. It's been plugged into power. I don't know why it's off. Maybe this power cable is like shot. Because now it's restarting, so I don't know what happened, but it was like off. Yeah, Disney really like screwed up a lot of stuff with that acquisition. Let's see. Camera. And we're back. I don't know what happened with the video. That's the first time that's happened. So I'll just have to look into it. I mean, it's probably just the cable. I don't know. I have this old beat up cable that's plugged into power, so I wonder if it's like starting to crack or something. Because it got sassy with me. I had to put it in its place. Oh, what's the dad age? 30? Or is it like a sense of being? That's not really it. It gets associated with dad age, but it's like, that's just eternal. Being able to make like punny jokes and stuff. That's just quality comedy. Come on. God damn it. Alright, well that's just gonna have to be. Oh my god. I love that that's even a thing, that people watch the Weather Channel. Like, talk about a sad existence. Oh, how did that hold up? Guessing not very well. Yeah, they're it's from like the creators of like The Naked Gun and those types of movies. And those are always like very, very dad joke kind of movies. I was about to say like you'd ask me about this stuff. I don't know. I'm still on the fence about it. Um, it it's hard to work in like large amounts. I feel like you have so far. I feel like you have to work it like in slowly in layers. Because I wanted to build these cuffs and up around. I wanted it to like come up around the edge of the foot, to cover the joint. And I tried doing the wire mesh before, and it like broke off. So, oh my god. So it's okay, but I think you just got to work in layers and like kind of work slow. So like that's not great. Um, that it's a little slow going with it, but I think it's one of those things like the more you use it, the more you'll kind of learn how to use it like better because it definitely doesn't feel like a clay. It feels almost like a putty because like where now I'm kind of blending it together just to try to get it to stick to itself and like roughly shape it. So I think like what I have to do is like build it up and then carve it down. Yeah, I'd agree there, Sabretooth. A lot of comedies like turn into serious movies at the end, and it's like that's not what I came here for, guys. But it is tough to make a comedy that's like funny the whole way through. Most comedies aren't even able to be funny all the way through, let alone like having a decent story. I feel like those comedy writers that are writing those movies that are like it's a comedy but then it's like serious. They're like I want to be a serious writer. So they're just using comedy as like a vehicle to like get known or whatever because the expectations are low. So they can like write a kind of a low quality story and put some jokes around it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I think like I haven't worked with this stuff where because it has like three on the package. It says it has like three stages of its like of its curing. So the first 30 minutes is it's very soft and gooey. So it like it's meant to stick to stuff. So I think you're supposed to like kind of glop it down and then let it set for an hour and then come back to it. And like work it a little bit more, like work the shape a little bit and then put it down and come back in another hour. And it's like that's a lot of commitment. I guess if you've got like multiple sculpts going, you can do that. Like if I, do this part and then I set this aside and then like work on this part for an hour and I can come back to this. So maybe like that's the key is that you have to like switch between different parts, so you've always got something that's kind of like waiting to be returned to in an hour. Because, like, it's decent. Like, it's starting to come together now that I've, like, built up some bulk. But, I don't know. I just haven't worked with it enough to really, like, know the best way to work with it. So I'd say, like, I don't know, maybe in a few more days or maybe a week or so, once I've, like, worked with it more, I might have a better feedback. But right now I feel like it's still a little too uncertain. I scored it at first, and I rough sanded it too, and it helps a little bit. But what seemed to be working was using a little bit of petroleum jelly and then this silicone tool, and like blend like it'll almost liquefy the edge of the putty, so then it'll like blend into the piece. So I guess if you roughen the surface and then blend the edge in slowly, it'll like grip into that rough surface. That's all I've really done so far. A little bit of sanding and a little bit of scoring. So like I have like, this is like bulked up because I was just using up excess because I need to sculpt this another head. So I'm gonna like score, sand this a little bit. This sandpaper is probably still too like soft. It probably needs something rougher. I also like don't feel like I have enough sculpting experience to really like give like conclusive suggestions. I feel like I'm kind of just learning as I go, which I mean I guess everyone is to some degree, unless they're an expert. But I often feel like I'm not someone to come to for advice. But I'll share whatever I'm doing, my experience with it, and you can kind of take that for what you want. But I think like that's the benefit of this stuff, is like that you can work with it both in its like softer forms, and then once it gets hard, it's still workable because it sands and can be carved really easily. So I think that's probably how I'll end up working with it, is I'll like rough the shape out and then I'll come back once it cures and I'll carve into it and then use like little bits of it to like smooth it over. Because even that, like sanding, it's like it's not really that rough. So I feel like I actually have to score it with something. It's such a weird material. I haven't used anything like this before. Yeah, I guess it's working. I guess it's just I'm not used to that. I'm used to using like the Sculpey Firm, and where I can work it a little bit and then I can put it in the oven, or I can use a heat gun and cure it and then just keep adding to it. I think like being forced to wait is like a little frustrating. I think I'm just not used to it. So I don't know how to plan around it yet. Because the green stuff was the same. I felt the same way when I started using it. I was like, this stuff is cool, but like I don't like having to wait a whole day for it. Mostly because like I want to try to get some new stuff done before Christmas, and like, when I'm having to wait 24 hours for it to cure, it just feels like a blockade or an obstacle. But I guess the upside too is you can work with like the epoxy, you can work with like small amounts of it at a time. So, you don't have to commit to a lot of it at once. Because like, oh my god, I gotta stop doing that. Like once this stuff cures, it's gonna hold its form. It's not gonna like be soft like clay is, or or brittle like Sculpey. I mean, it is. I'm sure it'll still break if you put pressure on it, but. Oh, okay. That's actually good to know because when I have polystyrene parts, when I'm using like this plastic, this stuff has such a low melting point that when I've tried to bake it or use a heat gun on it, it just like melts, or it gets soft, or it burns. Yeah, I think I need to put this on a stick because I'm not going to be able to sculpt it like that. Yeah, I definitely like don't have as much experience as I would like. So I definitely feel like I'm not knowledgeable enough. That's good to know about the water. I didn't actually know that. How deep is this thing going? Oh, not very. I don't know, I guess the benefit is like you can kind of watch me screw up and stumble and then learn from my mistakes. But that's fine, because like I'm gonna make these mistakes anyway, so if someone can learn from them, then that's worth it. Yeah, I think I have to just watch how much polystyrene plastic I use, because I like polystyrene a lot because it's easy to work with. But yeah, it doesn't really like work very well with heat. Alright, I need like a rod or something for this. Don't know if I have. Is this big enough? No, that kind of works. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Well, that's good then. Then I'll just keep screwing up, and you can use that as a what not to do. I guess that's why, like, I don't mind sharing that stuff, you know, because, like, I'm like, someone else could learn from this and maybe, like, figure out a better way or, you know, avoid a pitfall that I ran into. So, like, I don't mind doing that. Because, like I said, I'm making these mistakes anyway. So if, like, they can help someone else, then to me that's, like, it's worth it to share it. I'm not, like, you know, worried about anyone thinking I'm inferior or whatever. I'm just like, whatever, I'm just doing this and sharing it, and you take away from it what you want. Oh, that's good to know. I'm gonna have to test that out because I use it a lot. So if there's a way I can work with it and still work with the clay, yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping up soon. I want to pull that mold, so I want to check this. So this is like pretty much set, so I think I can pull that mold. So we'll at least see how that came out before we end it. Gotta get some payoff for all that time invested. Let's see how this came out. Well, that's good to know. It's funny that, you know, you say that, like, you've learned a lot from me, but you've, like, given me a lot of good suggestions. So, you definitely have, like, knowledge to share. Yeah, I guess it is pretty late there, Cap. But you've got that game to look forward to, so that's gonna be pretty cool. I know I would probably want to stay up all night playing it and be irresponsible, but, you know, some of us have to be responsible adults, and you could be the example for us. Alright, let's see. That's gotta be even worse if you like have to wait to play it. I know I'd want to like break it out. Shit. I got a lot of stuff on my mind, so I tend to forget stuff. I'm like trying not to screw this stuff up. Not that I'm not like paying attention, but these mistakes cost me money. These gotta come off. These are too difficult to use. Mmm, delicious waxed cheese. Barber bile. Do either of you guys watch Big Mouth on Netflix? It's pretty good. The latest season just went up a few days ago. It's like an animated show. A bunch of comedians. It's an animated show about kids going through puberty. It's very crude, so lots of sex jokes and cursing and stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah, we just started season 4, so it's been pretty. We've only watched one episode, so, but it's good so far. All right. Well, not all Americans, just the crazy ones. They're the ones they're a problem for us too. My delicate sensibilities. Oh, I guess I didn't put enough mold release on here. Uh-oh. You better not have stuck together, you bastard. Now it's just on the top. It's so hard to pull it out the first time. It's so stiff. Can't say that I have. Come on, you bastard. Huh. There we go. Alright. Just gotta trim this boy up and then we'll do some test casting. Oh man, there's a movie I haven't seen in a long time. These molds are so weird and complicated, but on the other hand, they seem to work better than every other mold I've made and kind of grew to hate pretty fast. Alright, so I gotta pull this stuff out of here. This will be the weird and tricky part. This will be the weird and tricky part. What did I miss? Or is it like one of those breaking the fourth wall kind of things? Alright, man. Thanks for hanging out, as usual. Faux show. Yeah, I'm gonna end this pretty soon. I just wanted to... I was pretty close to having this thing done, so I wanted to see how well it came out. So I'm running a little longer than I planned. But I also haven't been starting exactly on time, so there's that too. Oh. Nice. Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen that movie. Like, probably literally not since the 80s. There's a lot that I haven't, like, revisited lately. I probably should go back and do that. Especially on, like, the nights where we'll spend, you know, an hour looking at Netflix, looking at Hulu, be like, what are we going to watch? And I could just put in, like, you know, something like we've already seen but is good. I think I always look for new stuff because I like grew up in this small town in PA where people tended to like, you know, stick to the same things that they liked in their teen years. So like I still know people who don't listen to anything except like 90s hair metal and shit like that. And so I kind of like got this complex about, you know, only like listening and watching to like stuff I liked in the past because I'm like, oh, I don't want to be stuck and, you know, not keep up on new shit or whatever. And I know that's just like a me thing. Because my partner likes watching like 90s comedies and stuff like that. She's always like, we could just watch this instead. As in one of her things. Shit. Alright, well, this is just gonna break apart, I guess. Yeah, I thought this might happen. There's like a bunch I gotta trim out of here. You know, when I build these like sloppy vents, I can get a lot of like silicone that runs in between, and I gotta like trim it all out. Which is what happened here. So this is this all needs to come out. Is that all separate? Yeah. Okay. I won't. God damn it. Come on, you bastard. Oops. Oh, just broke that off. Break you off some. Where are my stronger ones at? Sometimes they just gotta strunk it. Push. Push it. There we go. And then this is what, yep, that's that. Yeah, I don't know how easily these things are going to come out of here. I might have to add some cuts. It seemed fine until it wasn't. I'm in this like one subreddit called I think it's just like Outrun or whatever, and so it'll be people post all sorts of stuff like related to Outrun, synthwave, related pictures and videos and music and stuff. And so somebody posted this weird clip that was made from a clip from Knight Rider 2000, the TV show, and they like, so people get into this like discussion about like, how was that a thing that never came back? Nobody tried to reboot it in a more modern way, especially like today with like drones and surveillance and self-driving cars and all that shit, that it's like more relevant now than it probably ever was. And I thought that was like an interesting thing to like bring up, because it reminds me of like Person of Interest, which is a personal favorite show. And can I really just push this through? Yeah, me and my little meat chunks here. It does kind of look like meat, doesn't it? Amateur surgeon. My partner's gonna get a kick out of that, because she's an anatomy teacher, so she's also a huge dork. Yeah, it was. Just the clip alone, I think, was they added a bunch of like crap to the video to make it look like super 80s. And so it didn't really like, you know, help the show look any better. But I thought the discussion was interesting, at least, like talking about, oh, this actually isn't bad. Just like the potential in like the material, you know, if it was like modernized in some way. Yeah, with the scissors and stuff, it really does feel like amateur surgeon. Now I can't forget that. And I'm going to think about that every time I'm doing this. If I have these, like, meat-colored molds. Well, they were getting canceled, too, so I think they, like, had to wrap it up, you know? So they kind of just got pushed into a corner. But yeah, the show was awesome. I still recommend it to people, because it's really good. That's a really rough fucking edge. I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, I gotta clean a bunch of loose clay and crap out of here. But I'm gonna do I'll do a test cast on this tomorrow and get that up on Instagram. See how it came out. Yeah, I've been meaning to rewatch Person of Interest. I just enjoyed the show a lot. I haven't been rewatching things too much. I usually start something new. But that show definitely deserves a revisit. Just the idea of like the battling AIs was wild. Added to like, you know, all the surveillance and all that shit. Alright. That looks fine. Alright. That's a lot of mess for one day. Well, we'll keep working with this Apoxie Sculpt and see how it goes. I think it'll get better. I just gotta get more experience with it. I just don't know enough about it yet, I guess. But I've got these little tubs, so I'm gonna keep using it. So I'll eventually get better with it. So thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the chats as usual. And let's do this again sometime. Like in 2 days. Alright. Alright. Alright, thanks for coming by, man. I'll catch you later, or catch you on Instagram. Thanks for hanging out.